Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The Mediterranean evening wrapped itself around the SS Aphrodite like silk drawn across burnished copper, transforming the luxury liner into a floating palace of amber light and gentle shadow. Golden hour had arrived with the particular magic that belonged only to these ancient waters, where Phoenician traders had once navigated by stars that now watched over cocktail parties and evening strolls along polished teak decks. The ship's white hull gleamed like pearl against the deepening azure of the sea, while her brass fittings caught the last rays of sunlight and scattered them in dancing fragments across the water's surface. Hercule Poirot stood at the starboard rail, his small hands resting lightly on the polished mahogany, watching the French coastline fade into the soft haze of distance. Marseille had vanished behind them an hour ago, leaving only the gentle rhythm of the ship's engines and the whisper of Mediterranean wind through the rigging to mark their passage into the open sea. The Belgian detective's perfectly waxed moustache twitched slightly, in what those who knew him would recognise as profound contentment, for Poirot had always found something deeply satisfying about the orderly world of an ocean liner, where everything had its place and every passenger their role in the elaborate social theatre of luxury travel. The year was 1934, and the world of ocean travel had reached its golden zenith, a time when crossing the Mediterranean was as much about the journey as the destination. The SS Aphrodite represented the pinnacle of this achievement, a floating city of Art Deco elegance and mechanical precision, where the latest innovations in marine engineering served the timeless human desire for comfort, beauty, and gentle adventure. Her 6 decks rose like terraced gardens above the waterline, each level designed to offer its own particular pleasures. The promenade deck with its endless circuit for constitutional walks, the sports deck with its carefully maintained shuffleboard courts and deck tennis nets, and the sun deck where passengers could lounge in carefully arranged deck chairs while the Mediterranean sun worked its ancient magic on winter-pale skin. It was these deck chairs that had caught Poirot's attention as he made his evening constitutional, not because of their presence, but because of a curious absence that his methodical mind had noted almost without conscious thought. The chairs were arranged in precise rows along the starboard side of the promenade deck, each one positioned to catch the morning sun while offering protection from the afternoon heat. Most were occupied by passengers engaged in the eternal rituals of shipboard evening, elderly couples sharing quiet conversation over gin and tonics, younger travellers reading novels that had been specifically chosen for their vacation mood, and the inevitable collection of dedicated sun-seekers who pursued the perfect tan with the devotion of religious pilgrims. But there, in the third row from the rail, a gap interrupted the orderly progression, a space where logic dictated a deck chair should rest, yet where only empty planking met the eye. Poirot's brow furrowed slightly, not with concern, but with the mild puzzlement of a man whose appreciation for order made such anomalies impossible to ignore. In his experience, deck chairs on luxury liners did not simply vanish into the Mediterranean air, particularly not during the carefully supervised routine of evening cocktails and pre-dinner socializing. Beg pardon, sir. The voice belonged to Henri Dubois, a young steward whose crisp white uniform and earnest manner marked him as someone who took genuine pride in his service aboard the Aphrodite. His accent carried the soft musicality of Provence, where he had grown up among vineyards and olive groves before the sea called him to a different kind of cultivation, the art of anticipating passenger needs before they were even expressed. I couldn't help but notice you looking at the deck chairs. Is there something I might help you with? Poirot turned from the rail with the precise economical movement of a man who wasted neither energy nor opportunity. Ah, Henri, is it not? I was merely observing. There appears to be a chair missing from the usual arrangement. Perhaps it has been moved for cleaning, or some passenger has requested it be relocated to their cabin. Henri's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something that might have been confusion or concern crossing his features before. Professional composure reasserted itself. "A missing chair, sir? Well, now that you mention it, there does seem to be a gap there. I hadn't noticed it myself, but then again, the evening service keeps us quite busy. Perhaps one of the other stewards moved it, or—" He paused, his voice trailing off as if he were trying to recall some half-remembered detail that refused to come into focus. The evening light continued its slow transformation of the ship's atmosphere, turning the white-painted superstructure into something that seemed carved from warm ivory, while the teak decking glowed like honey beneath the feet of passengers who moved with the particular rhythm of those who had already adapted to the gentle sway of ocean travel. The sound of conversation blended with the distant clink of crystal and silver from the cocktail service, creating a symphony of civilized leisure that had become the signature of Mediterranean cruising in its most refined form. Other passengers began to drift past them in the eternal parade of shipboard society, each group representing a different facet of the 1930s world of leisure travel. There was Mrs. Evangeline Blackwood, a widow of perhaps 55 whose dramatic choice in evening wear, a flowing cape that caught the Mediterranean breeze like something from a romantic novel, suggested someone who had embraced the freedom that travel could provide to those seeking escape from the constraints of conventional life. She moved with the particular grace of someone who had learned to carry herself as if she were always being observed, her silver hair perfectly arranged despite the sea air, her jewellery chosen to catch and reflect the ship's lights in precisely calculated ways. Following at a respectful distance came Colonel Reginald Harrington, whose military bearing remained unmistakable even in the relaxed atmosphere of cruise wear. His khaki trousers and cream linen jacket had been pressed to perfection, and his silver moustache maintained the precise grooming that spoke of decades of military discipline adapted to civilian life. The colonel's eyes swept the deck with the automatic surveillance of a man trained to assess terrain and personnel, though his target now was more likely to be a compatible bridge partner than an enemy position. More intriguing to Poirot's practiced observation was the man who walked alone near the port rail, seemingly absorbed in a leather-bound notebook that he consulted frequently, while making small, precise marks with a fountain pen. This passenger, whose name Poirot recalled from the passenger manifest as Mr. Nathaniel Viridian, possessed the particular combination of nervous energy and deliberate mystery that often indicated someone travelling for reasons more complex than simple pleasure. His clothing was expensive but not ostentatious, his manner polite but not particularly social, and his habit of checking his pocket watch every few minutes suggested someone operating under constraints that the other passengers did not share. "Tell me, Henri," Poirot continued in the gentle tone that he had perfected for extracting information without seeming to interrogate, "do you perhaps remember which passenger typically occupied that missing chair? It is curious, you understand. I have observed that most travellers develop quite strong preferences for their particular spot on deck. It becomes, how do you say, their territory during the voyage." The young steward's brow creased with the effort of memory, and Poirot noted with professional interest the way his eyes darted almost unconsciously toward the gap in the chair arrangement before returning to meet his gaze. "Now that you mention it, sir, I believe that was Mr. Pemberton's usual spot. Theodore Pemberton, a quiet gentleman, always very polite, though he kept rather to himself. English, I believe, though he spoke excellent French. He had quite a collection of books and papers that he would spread out on the small table beside his chair. Maps, mostly, and what looked like scholarly journals." "Ah, a man of learning, perhaps?" Poirot's tone conveyed mild interest rather than the sharper attention that the mention of maps had awakened in his detective's instincts. In his experience, maps often indicated either academic pursuits or more practical concerns involving geography, routes, and the movement of valuable objects from one location to another. "I believe so, sir. He mentioned once that he was involved in some sort of archaeological work, something about ancient trade routes in the Mediterranean. He seemed particularly interested in sites along the North African coast, though I couldn't say exactly what he was researching." Henry's voice carried the careful neutrality of a professional service worker who had learned to remember details about passengers without appearing to eavesdrop on their private affairs. The ship's dinner gong sounded in the distance, its melodious bronze, voice-calling passengers to the evening meal with the same authority that had once summoned medieval lords to their great halls. The sound seemed to release something in the evening air, as passengers began to move with more purpose toward the grand staircase that led to the dining salon. Their conversation shifting from the languid pace of cocktail hour to the more animated anticipation of the elaborate meal service that was one of the Aphrodite's greatest attractions. "And have you seen Mr. Pemberton this evening?" Poirot asked, his tone remaining conversational, even as his mind began to trace the subtle connections that often linked missing objects to missing persons. "Perhaps he's simply dining early, or has chosen to take his meal in his cabin." Henri hesitated, and in that moment of silence, Poirot heard something more significant than words. The pause of someone who had just realised that a routine assumption might need examination. "Come to think of it, sir, I don't believe I've seen Mr. Pemberton since yesterday evening, actually. He usually takes his afternoon tea on deck around 4 o'clock, and then settles into his chair with his papers until the dinner gong. But yesterday he seemed distracted somehow, kept looking at his watch, and he packed up his materials much earlier than usual." The Mediterranean evening continued its gentle transformation around them, the sky deepening from gold to rose to the first hint of purple that promised a spectacular sunset. Other passengers had begun to notice the gap in the deck chair arrangement, their conversations touching briefly on the small mystery, before moving on to more pressing concerns like dinner plans and evening entertainment. But Poirot found himself studying the empty space with the particular attention he reserved for details that refused to fit into orderly patterns. A luxury cruise liner was, in many ways, the perfect environment for both comfort and mystery. Its contained world created a social laboratory where the usual rules of interaction were suspended, allowing personalities to emerge more freely than they might in the constrained environments of ordinary life. At the same time, the ship's isolation meant that problems, once they arose, could not simply be walked away from or ignored until more convenient circumstances arose for their resolution. Mrs. Blackwood approached them with the confident stride of someone accustomed to being noticed, her evening cape billowing dramatically in the sea breeze. "Good evening, Monsieur Poirot," she said with the kind of smile that suggested she had made it her business to learn the names and backgrounds of her fellow passengers. "I do hope you're finding the voyage agreeable. Though I must say, there seems to be some sort of confusion about the deck chairs this evening. Poor Mr. Pemberton appears to have lost his usual spot. Madame has observed this also." Poirot's eyebrows rose slightly, conveying polite interest in her powers of observation, while filing away the information that Mrs. Blackwood had been watching the deck chair arrangements, closely enough to notice specific absences. "Oh, I notice everything that happens on deck," Mrs. Blackwood replied, with the particular pride of someone who considered vigilant observation a social virtue. "When you travel as frequently as I do, you develop an eye for the little details that make each voyage memorable. Mr. Pemberton was quite methodical about his routine. Same chair, same time every day, always with those fascinating old maps spread out beside him. I must confess, I was rather hoping for an opportunity to ask him about his research. It sounded absolutely fascinating." Colonel Harrington materialised beside them with the quiet efficiency of someone trained in military reconnaissance, his bearing suggesting that he too had been observing the evening's small irregularities. "Discussing the missing furniture, are we?" he said, with the dry humour that military men often deployed to address situations that were potentially serious but not yet definitively so. "Can't say I've seen Pemberton about today either. Missed him at the morning constitutional. He usually takes a brisk walk around the promenade deck just after breakfast. Thought perhaps he was feeling a bit under the weather. Sea legs, you know, take some passengers longer than others to find their rhythm." Poirot nodded thoughtfully, filing away this additional piece of information about Mr. Pemberton's habits. The picture that was emerging suggested a man of precise routines who had suddenly, and apparently without explanation, abandoned all of them simultaneously. In Poirot's experience, such dramatic changes in behaviour rarely occurred without significant cause, whether that cause was illness, personal crisis, or something more sinister. The evening progressed with the stately rhythm that characterised life aboard a well-run luxury liner, as passengers continued their migration toward the dining salon where the evening's elaborate meal service awaited. The Aphrodite's dining room was a marvel of Art Deco design, its columns and ceiling decorations creating an atmosphere that combined the grandeur of a classical temple with the sleek modernity that defined sophisticated travel in the 1930s. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over tables set with the finest china and silver, while the ship's orchestra provided a musical backdrop that enhanced conversation without overwhelming it. Yet even as Poirot made his way toward dinner, exchanging polite greetings with fellow passengers and admiring the ship's elegant appointments, part of his mind remained focused on the small mystery of the missing deck chair and its absent owner. Theodore Pemberton had clearly been a man of scholarly interests and regular habits, someone whose presence on the ship had been sufficiently noticeable that multiple passengers had remarked on his absence. The fact that both his chair and his person had vanished simultaneously suggested a connection that went beyond a simple coincidence. As he took his assigned seat at the captain's table, an honour that reflected both his reputation and his status as one of the ship's most distinguished passengers, Poirot found himself studying his dinner companions with renewed interest. Mrs. Blackwood had changed into an elaborate beaded gown that caught the dining room's lights like captured starlight, while Colonel Harrington maintained his military precision even in evening wear. Mr. Viridian occupied a table across the room, still consulting his notebook between courses and checking his pocket watch with the same nervous frequency that had marked his deckside behaviour. Captain Alessandro Fortuna, whose weather-beaten face and steady hands spoke of decades spent navigating these ancient waters, presided over the table with the easy authority of someone who understood that a ship's social atmosphere was just as important as its mechanical operation. His English carried the musical accent of someone born to Mediterranean traditions, but educated in international waters, and his manner combined professional competence with the warmth that made passengers feel welcomed rather than merely transported. "I trust everyone is finding the voyage to their satisfaction?" the captain inquired as the first course was served, a delicate Mediterranean fish preparation that seemed to capture the essence of the sea in its subtle flavours and elegant presentation. The weather reports continue to be favourable, and we should have smooth sailing all the way to Alexandria. The conversation that followed touched on the usual topics of shipboard dinner conversation: the quality of the cuisine, the ship's appointments, the various ports of call that lay ahead, and the remarkable clarity of the stars that would become visible once full darkness fell over the Mediterranean. Yet Poirot noticed that despite the general atmosphere of contentment, there was an undercurrent of unease among some of the passengers, glances exchanged, conversations that seemed to pause just as they might have become interesting, and the kind of nervous energy that often indicated secrets being carefully maintained. As the evening meal progressed through its elaborate courses, each one accompanied by wines selected to complement both the food and the ship's international character, Poirot found himself reflecting on the particular dynamics that emerged when diverse groups of people were brought together in the contained environment of ocean travel. The ship became a temporary community where strangers were thrown into intimate proximity, where the usual social barriers were both relaxed and intensified, and where the romance of travel could either mask or magnify the kinds of tensions that existed in any group of human beings sharing limited space. The missing deck chair had become in his mind a symbol of something larger, a disruption in the carefully maintained order that allowed civilized people to travel together in harmony. Whether that disruption represented simple misunderstanding, personal crisis, or something more troubling remained to be determined. But Poirot's instincts, honed by years of observing human nature in all its complexity, suggested that the mystery of Theodore Pemberton and his vanished chair would require more than casual inquiry to resolve. After dinner, as passengers dispersed to enjoy the ship's evening entertainments, some gathering in the salon for bridge or conversation, others taking romantic strolls on the moonlit decks, Poirot chose to return to the promenade deck, where the mystery had first presented itself. The Mediterranean night had transformed the ship into something almost magical, her lights reflected in the dark water like fallen stars, her superstructure outlined against a sky where the first real stars were beginning to emerge with a crystalline clarity that could only be found far from the light pollution of cities. The deck chairs remained in their orderly rows, but the gap where Theodore Pemberton's chair should have been seemed more pronounced in the romantic lighting, as if the missing piece of furniture had somehow become a missing piece of the ship's social puzzle. Poirot stood at the rail where he had begun his evening, listening to the gentle sound of water against the hull, and the distant murmur of conversation from passengers who had chosen to extend their evening under the Mediterranean stars. Henry appeared beside him again, this time carrying a tray of empty glasses from the evening's cocktail service. "Still thinking about that missing chair, sir?" he asked, with the intuitive understanding that good service personnel developed for reading their passengers' preoccupations. "Indeed," Poirot replied softly, his voice blending with the night sounds of the ship in motion. "It is curious, is it not, how small mysteries can capture the attention more completely than larger, more obvious problems? A missing chair should be a trivial matter, easily explained and quickly resolved. Yet when it is connected to a missing person... You think something has happened to Mr. Pemberton?" Henri's question carried genuine concern, the kind that developed when service staff began to think of regular passengers as individuals rather than simply part of their professional responsibilities. Poirot was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the dark water that stretched endlessly toward horizons invisible in the night. The Mediterranean had witnessed countless mysteries over its long history. Ships that had vanished without trace, treasures that had been lost and lost again, people who had disappeared into its vastness, leaving only questions behind. Yet this was 1934, an age of modern communication and international cooperation, when the mysteries that remained were generally smaller, more personal, and often more poignant than the grand adventures of earlier centuries. "I think, mon ami," he said finally, "that tomorrow we shall perhaps ask more questions about Mr. Theodore Pemberton and his scholarly pursuits. A man who disappears simultaneously with his deck chair has, how do you say, created a puzzle that demands solution, and Hercule Poirot has never been able to resist a puzzle, particularly one that emerges in such charming surroundings." The evening continued around them with the gentle rhythm that marked time aboard a well-run ship, as passengers gradually dispersed to their cabins, and the Mediterranean night settled over the Aphrodite like a blanket woven from starlight and sea spray. But in Poirot's methodical mind, the pieces of a mystery had begun to arrange themselves in patterns that would, with patience and careful observation, eventually reveal the truth behind Theodore Pemberton's disappearance and the curious case of the missing deck chair that had started it all. The ship sailed on through the peaceful night, carrying its passengers toward whatever adventures awaited them in the ancient ports of the Mediterranean, while somewhere in the darkness, the truth about one scholarly passenger and his vanished chair waited to be discovered by a detective who understood that the smallest mysteries often revealed the largest truths about human nature and the complex motivations that drove people to extraordinary actions in ordinary circumstances. Dawn arrived over the Mediterranean with the gentle persistence of a master painter working in watercolours, each brushstroke of light adding depth and warmth to a canvas that seemed infinite in its possibilities. The sea had calmed during the night hours, transforming from the wine-dark mystery of evening into a surface that caught and scattered the morning light, like countless diamonds scattered across blue silk. The SS Aphrodite cut through these waters with the steady confidence of a vessel that had found its rhythm, her wake spreading behind her in a white foam signature that would disappear within minutes, but marked, for this moment, her passage through waters that had known the ships of emperors and merchants, pirates and pilgrims, for thousands of years before her time. Hercule Poirot emerged from his cabin precisely at 7 o'clock, as was his invariable custom, regardless of the circumstances of travel or the latitude of his location. His morning routine aboard ship had been adapted to accommodate the limitations of shipboard life, while maintaining the essential elements that prepared his mind for the day's challenges. His moustache had been waxed to perfection, his clothing pressed despite the humid sea air, and his small notebook already contained the carefully written observations from the previous evening that would guide his investigation into the mystery of Theodore Pemberton and the missing deck chair. The promenade deck had taken on an entirely different character in the morning light, transforming from the romantic setting of evening strolls and cocktail conversations into a space dedicated to the more practical aspects of shipboard routine. Stewards moved with quiet efficiency, polishing brass fittings that gleamed like mirrors in the strengthening sun, while other crew members attended to the endless maintenance tasks that kept a luxury liner functioning at the level of perfection that passengers expected but rarely noticed. The deck chairs had been rearranged slightly during the night, repositioned to catch the morning sun more effectively, but the gap where Theodore Pemberton's chair should have been remained as obvious as a missing tooth in an otherwise perfect smile. Poirot made his way to the ship's rail, where the morning ritual of constitutional walking had already begun among the more energetic passengers. The Mediterranean air carried scents that spoke of ancient lands and timeless rhythms, salt and seaweed certainly, but also hints of the herbs and flowers that grew wild along distant shores, carried on winds that had travelled hundreds of miles to reach the ship. The temperature was perfect for the kind of gentle exercise that aided both digestion and contemplation. Warm enough to be comfortable, but cool enough to invigiate rather than enervate. Colonel Harrington appeared beside him with the punctuality of a man whose internal clock had been set by decades of military routine. His morning constitutional was clearly a serious affair, conducted in proper walking attire, and at a pace that suggested genuine exercise rather than mere promenade. "Good morning, Poirot," he said with the brisk cordiality that characterised his approach to social interaction. "Beautiful morning for a walk, though I must say that missing chair business from last evening has been nagging at me. Spent half the night wondering where old Pemberton might have gotten to." "Indeed," Poirot replied, falling into step beside the Colonel as they began their circuit of the deck. "It is remarkable how small irregularities can disturb the mind's equilibrium. A ship is, after all, a place where order must be maintained absolutely. Any deviation from expected patterns becomes, magnified in its significance." Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Henri, who approached them with the particular combination of deference and urgency that marked a crew member who had discovered something requiring passenger attention. His morning uniform was as crisp as his evening attire had been, but his expression carried a concern that had not been present the night before. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Henri said, his slight accent adding a musical quality to words that carried underlying tension. "Monsieur Poirot, you were asking last evening about Mr. Pemberton. I've been making inquiries among the other stewards, and I'm afraid the situation may be more unusual than we initially thought." Poirot stopped walking, his attention focusing with the intensity of a man who understood that information gathered in the first hours of an investigation often proved crucial to its resolution. "Please, Henri, tell us what you have discovered." "Well, sir, I spoke with Jacques, who is responsible for cabin service on B deck where Mr. Pemberton's quarters are located. According to Jacques, Mr. Pemberton has not slept in his cabin for 2 nights. The bed has not been disturbed, and his evening clothes from the day before yesterday are still laid out exactly as Jacques arranged them for the evening meal service." Colonel Harrington's eyebrows rose sharply. 2 nights? But that would mean he's been missing since before the chair disappeared. Are you certain of this information? Henri nodded with the careful precision of someone who understood the seriousness of what he was reporting. "Jacques is very reliable, sir. He takes great pride in his service, and he would certainly have noticed if a passenger had not returned to his cabin. What's more, the night steward who monitors the corridors during the evening hours reports that he has not seen Mr. Pemberton since Tuesday evening, when he was observed returning to his cabin around 10 o'clock after the evening entertainment." Poirot's mind began working with the methodical precision that had made his reputation as a detective. 2 pieces of information had emerged that transformed the missing deck chair from a minor shipboard mystery into something potentially more serious. A passenger who had not been seen for 2 days, whose absence had only been noticed because of a missing piece of furniture, suggested either accident, illness, or something more deliberately concealed. "Has anyone attempted to contact Mr. Pemberton directly?" Poirot asked. "Perhaps he's simply indisposed in his cabin, or has chosen to take his meals privately." "That was my first thought as well, sir," Henri replied. "But Jacques reports that when he knocked this morning to offer breakfast service, there was no response. He used his master key to check the cabin, following standard procedure for passenger welfare, and found it empty. No signs of recent occupancy, no personal items disturbed since Tuesday evening." The three men continued their slow progress around the deck, but the morning constitutional had transformed into something more purposeful, a mobile conference where information could be exchanged away from the ears of other passengers who might be alarmed by news of a missing traveller. The Mediterranean morning continued its spectacular display around them, with the sun climbing higher in a sky that promised another perfect day for cruising. But the beauty of their surroundings had taken on a slightly ominous quality, now that it concealed rather than revealed the truth about one of their fellow passengers. "Tell me, Henri," Poirot continued, "what do you know of Mr. Pemberton's habits and associations aboard ship? Did he take his meals regularly in the dining salon, or did he prefer privacy? Did he participate in the ship's social activities, or was he more solitary in his preferences?" "Mr. Pemberton was quite regular in his routine, sir, but he was not what you would call a social passenger. He took breakfast in the dining salon each morning at precisely 8 o'clock, usually alone, though he was unfailingly polite to other passengers who spoke with him. He spent most of his days on deck with his books and papers, as you observed. Lunch he often skipped entirely, preferring to work through the afternoon, and dinner he attended regularly but quietly. He seemed, how should I put it, preoccupied with his research." Colonel Harrington nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, that matches my observations as well. Pleasant enough fellow when you encountered him, but clearly his mind was elsewhere most of the time. I did try to strike up a conversation with him on our second day out from Marseille, thought he might enjoy discussing his archaeological work, but he seemed rather guarded about it. Almost secretive, one might say. Secretive in what manner?" Poirot's question carried the particular tone that indicated information of potential significance. "Well, when I mentioned that I'd served in North Africa during my military days, and might be familiar with some of the sites he was researching, he became quite evasive. Changed the subject rather abruptly, in fact. At the time I thought perhaps he was simply protective of his academic work. You know how scholars can be about their research before publication. But looking back, there was something almost nervous about his reaction." The morning progressed with the stately rhythm that characterised shipboard life, as other passengers began to appear on deck for their own constitutional exercises or to claim their favourite spots for the morning sun. Mrs. Blackwood emerged from the grand staircase wearing a flowing morning dress that caught the Mediterranean breeze with theatrical effect, her silver hair arranged in a style that suggested considerable attention to appearance, even during the informal hours of shipboard routine. She spotted their group immediately and approached with the confident stride of someone who considered herself a central figure in any social gathering. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said, with a smile that managed to convey both warmth and a certain calculating interest in their conversation. "I do hope you've had better success than I in solving the mystery of our missing archaeologist. I've been asking among the other passengers, and it seems no one has seen poor Mr. Pemberton since Tuesday evening. Quite concerning, really. You've been making inquiries also, madam." Poirot's tone expressed polite interest while his mind filed away the information that Mrs. Blackwood had taken it upon herself to investigate Theodore Pemberton's disappearance. In his experience, passengers who involved themselves in such matters were motivated by either genuine concern or something more personal. "Oh, I have quite a gift for drawing people out in conversation," Mrs. Blackwood replied with the confidence of someone who prided herself on social skills. "It comes from years of travel, you understand. One learns to read people, to notice the little details that others might miss. And I must say, Mr. Pemberton's behaviour on Tuesday evening was rather odd. All three men focused their attention on her with the intensity of investigators who had just encountered a potential witness." "In what way? Odd, madame?" Poirot asked gently. "Well, I was taking my usual evening stroll around the promenade deck. I find the sea air so beneficial for sleep when I notice Mr. Pemberton at his usual spot with his papers. But instead of reading quietly as he normally did, he seemed quite agitated. He kept checking his watch, looking around as if he were expecting someone, and I distinctly saw him put several of his maps into a leather portfolio, which he then locked with a small key that he wore on his watch chain. "Did you observe if he met with anyone that evening?" Colonel Harrington inquired. "As a matter of fact, yes. Just as I was completing my second circuit of the deck, I saw him speaking with that rather mysterious gentleman, Mr. Viridian, I believe his name is. They had what appeared to be quite an intense conversation, though they kept their voices low. I couldn't help but notice that Mr. Viridian seemed very interested in the portfolio that Mr. Pemberton was carrying." Poirot exchanged a meaningful glance with Colonel Harrington. Mr. Nathaniel Viridian had been the passenger whose nervous behaviour and frequent watch-checking had caught their attention the previous evening. The revelation that he had been one of the last people to speak with Theodore Pemberton added a new dimension to the investigation. Did this conversation appear friendly or otherwise? Poirot asked carefully. Mrs. Blackwood paused, her expression taking on the thoughtful quality of someone attempting to recall precise details rather than general impressions. That's rather difficult to say, actually. Mr. Pemberton seemed reluctant somehow, as if he were being persuaded to do something he wasn't entirely comfortable with, and Mr. Viridian kept gesturing toward the ship's interior, as if he wanted Mr. Pemberton to accompany him somewhere. In the end, they did walk away together toward the grand staircase, though Mr. Pemberton looked back once at his deck chair arrangement, almost as if he were, well, this may sound dramatic, but almost as if he were saying goodbye to it. The information painted a picture that was becoming increasingly concerning. Theodore Pemberton, a scholarly passenger with secretive research interests, had been observed in what might have been a coercive conversation with a mysterious fellow traveller, after which he had disappeared completely, leaving behind only the absence of his customary deck chair to mark his vanishing. Henry had been listening to this exchange with growing unease. "Should we perhaps inform the captain of Mr. Pemberton's absence?" he asked. "There are protocols for missing passengers, though." He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the implications of what he was suggesting. "Indeed, there are protocols," Colonel Harrington agreed grimly, "and none of them are pleasant to contemplate. Passenger who goes missing at sea." He left the sentence unfinished, but the implications hung in the Mediterranean air like storm clouds gathering on a previously clear horizon. Poirot was quiet for several moments, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the morning sun was beginning to reveal the distant outlines of islands that had watched over these waters since long before the first human vessels had attempted their crossing. The investigation had moved beyond the realm of simple mystery into territory that might require official intervention, yet his instincts suggested that premature alarm might complicate rather than resolve the situation. "I think," he said finally, "that before we disturb the captain with concerns that may yet prove unfounded, we should perhaps examine Mr. Pemberton's cabin ourselves. With Henri's assistance and master key, naturally, and with the understanding that we are acting out of concern for a fellow passenger's welfare, rather than from mere curiosity." Henri nodded with obvious relief that someone was taking decisive action. "Of course, sir. I can arrange that immediately. Jacques is finishing his morning service rounds, but he could meet us at Mr. Pemberton's cabin in perhaps 20 minutes. As they made their way toward the grand staircase that would take them to the B-deck passenger accommodations, Poirot found himself reflecting on the particular challenges that shipboard investigations presented. Unlike crimes committed on land, where evidence might be preserved and witnesses easily located, the contained environment of an ocean liner created both advantages and disadvantages for detective work. On one hand, the number of potential suspects was limited to those aboard the ship. On the other hand, the very isolation that created this limitation also meant that if something had happened to Theodore Pemberton, the evidence might already be beyond recovery in the vast depths of the Mediterranean. The passenger accommodations on B-deck represented the second tier of luxury aboard the Aphrodite, offering comfortable staterooms with private facilities while remaining below the princely suites reserved for the ship's most distinguished travellers. The corridors were panelled in warm mahogany and lit by electric sconces that created pools of golden light along the carpeted passageways. Each cabin door bore a brass nameplate, and the overall effect was one of subdued elegance that invited rest and privacy, away from the more public areas of the ship. Jacques proved to be a middle-aged Frenchman whose dignified bearing and precise movements spoke of long experience in luxury hospitality service. His expression carried the particular concern of someone who took personal responsibility for the welfare of passengers under his care, and his willingness to assist in the investigation of Mr. Pemberton's disappearance clearly stemmed from genuine worry rather than mere professional obligation. "The cabin has remained exactly as I left it after Tuesday evening service," Jacques explained as he produced the master key. "I have disturbed nothing except to verify this morning that Mr. Pemberton was not present. It is most unusual, messieurs. In 15 years of ship service, I have never had a passenger simply vanish in this manner." The door to Theodore Pemberton's cabin opened to reveal a space that told a story more complex than simple absence. The room itself was larger than standard ship accommodations, with a porthole that offered a view of the Mediterranean and furnishings that included a comfortable reading chair, a writing desk, and a bed that showed no signs of recent use. But it was the arrangement of personal effects that caught Poirot's immediate attention, and suggested that Mr. Pemberton's disappearance had not been voluntary. Books and papers were scattered across the writing desk in a pattern that spoke of interrupted work rather than orderly conclusion. Several volumes on Mediterranean archaeology lay open, their pages marked with handwritten notes in a scholarly script that indicated serious research in progress. Maps of the North African coast were spread beneath these books, held down by paperweights that had been positioned with the care of someone who expected to return to his work shortly. More telling was the evidence of preparation for evening activities that had never been completed. Formal evening wear was laid out on the bed exactly as Jacques had arranged it for Tuesday's dinner service shirt, trousers, land dinner jacket in perfect order, with studs and cufflinks arranged on the bedside table. A bow tie remained unknotted beside these accessories, suggesting that Mr. Pemberton had intended to dress for dinner, but had never had the opportunity to do so. "Most interesting," Poirot murmured as he examined the scene with the careful attention of someone trained to read the stories that physical evidence could tell. A man who intended to complete his normal evening routine but was prevented from doing so. Jacques, was it Mr. Pemberton's custom to lay out his own evening clothes, or did you provide this service? "I arranged these clothes at his request, sir, every evening during his time aboard ship. Mr. Pemberton was quite particular about his appearance for dinner, though he was always courteous about my assistance. He would typically return to his cabin around 6 o'clock to change for the evening meal service." Colonel Harrington examined the maps and documents scattered across the desk. "These appear to be quite serious archaeological materials," he observed. "Charts of ancient port cities, photographs of excavation sites, what looks like correspondence with museums and universities." This was clearly not a pleasure cruise for Mr. Pemberton. He was working. Mrs. Blackwood, who had remained quietly observant near the cabin door, suddenly drew their attention to something that the others had missed. "Gentlemen," she said with the slight tremor of someone who had just noticed something significant, "look at the drinking glass on the bedside table. There appears to be a residue in the bottom." Poirot moved immediately to examine the glass, his nose detecting a faint but unmistakable odour that experience had taught him to recognise. "Laudanum," he said quietly, "or some similar preparation. The scent is quite distinctive, though much diluted by time. The implications of this discovery transformed their investigation yet again. A glass containing traces of what appeared to be a narcotic substance, found in the cabin of a missing passenger, who'd been seen in apparently reluctant conversation with a mysterious fellow traveller, suggested possibilities far more sinister than accident or voluntary departure. "This changes everything," Colonel Harrington said grimly. "If Pemberton was drugged, then his disappearance was almost certainly not voluntary," Poirot finished. "And if he was removed from his cabin against his will, the question becomes, where is he now, and for what purpose was he taken?" The Mediterranean morning continued its beautiful progression outside the cabin's porthole, but the atmosphere inside had become charged with the realization that they were no longer investigating a simple missing person case, but rather what appeared to be a deliberate crime committed aboard a luxury liner in the middle of the sea. The challenge now was to determine whether Theodore Pemberton was still aboard the ship somewhere, hidden or confined against his will, or whether his disappearance had been permanent and irreversible. Henry checked his watch with nervous precision. "The morning meal service will be ending soon," he said. "If we're going to speak with other passengers about Mr. Pemberton's disappearance, perhaps this would be the optimal time before they disperse for their afternoon activities." Poirot nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. But first, I think we must inform Captain Fortuna of what we have discovered. The evidence of possible drugging and involuntary removal transforms this matter into something that requires official attention, regardless of our desire to avoid premature alarm." As they prepared to leave the cabin, Poirot took one final look around the space that had been Theodore Pemberton's temporary home aboard the Aphrodite. The interrupted research, the unused evening clothes, the glass with its ominous residue, all spoke of a life suddenly and violently interrupted. But somewhere in the pattern of evidence he sensed lay clues that would eventually lead to the truth about what had happened to the missing archaeologist and why someone had felt it necessary to make him disappear. The morning sun climbed higher over the Mediterranean, its light streaming through the cabin's porthole to illuminate the scene of what was clearly a crime. But whether that crime was kidnapping, murder, or something else entirely remained to be determined through the careful investigation that would now begin in earnest aboard the SS Aphrodite, where the missing deck chair had become the first clue in a mystery that threatened to shatter the peaceful routine of luxury cruise travel. The Mediterranean afternoon settled over the SS Aphrodite, with the languid weight of honey poured from a golden spoon, transforming the ship's white superstructure into something that seemed carved from warm marble, beneath a sky so intensely blue that it appeared to have been painted by an artist drunk on the very concept of perfection. The sea had taken on the crystalline clarity that belonged only to these ancient waters during the most perfect sailing weather, its surface broken only by the ship's wake and the occasional flash of dolphins that appeared and vanished like joyful spirits celebrating the beauty of their liquid realm. Captain Alessandro Fortuna stood in his private quarters with the bearing of a man who had spent decades learning to balance the competing demands of passenger comfort and maritime safety. His weathered hands clasped behind his back as he studied the evidence that Poirot had carefully laid out on the mahogany table that served as his private office. The glass with its suspicious residue caught the afternoon light streaming through the cabin's windows, while the maps and documents from Theodore Pemberton's research created a scholarly chaos that spoke of interrupted work and unfinished discoveries. "In 32 years of commanding passenger vessels," Captain Fortuna said in his careful English, coloured by the musical accent of someone born to Mediterranean traditions, "I have encountered storms that could crush a ship like an eggshell, mechanical failures that tested every skill I possessed, and passenger emergencies that required the wisdom of Solomon to resolve. But the deliberate disappearance of a passenger," he paused, his expression reflecting the weight of responsibility that such a situation placed upon his shoulders. Poirot nodded with the understanding of someone who had observed how extraordinary circumstances could transform routine authority into something far more complex and demanding. "The evidence suggests that Mr. Pemberton did not leave his cabin voluntarily on Tuesday evening," he said gently. "The laudanum residue, combined with his failure to change for dinner, despite having laid out his evening clothes, indicates that he was incapacitated and removed against his will." "But removed to where?" Captain Fortuna asked, voicing the question that had been troubling all of them since the discovery in Pemberton's cabin. "This ship has been searched from stem to stern as part of our regular safety inspections. Every public area, every storage compartment, every space large enough to conceal a human being has been examined within the past 48 hours. If Mr. Pemberton is aboard the Aphrodite, he is either very well hidden, or the alternative remained unspoken, but its implications hung in the afternoon air like storm clouds gathering over otherwise peaceful waters. The Mediterranean had claimed countless lives over its long history, and the vast depths beneath the ship's hull could conceal evidence as effectively as any earthly grave. "Perhaps," Poirot suggested, "we have not yet searched in the right places, or perhaps we have not asked the right questions of the right people. A ship is a complex organism. with spaces and rhythms that even experienced captains might not fully appreciate. And passengers, in their comfortable isolation from the ship's working areas, often remain unaware of entire sections of the vessel that serve essential functions while remaining invisible to casual observation. Captain Fortuna moved to the large chart table that dominated one wall of his quarters, where detailed plans of the Aphrodite were spread beneath glass covers. "You're suggesting that we conduct a systematic search of areas not normally accessible to passengers, the engine rooms, the crew quarters, the service areas that support the ship's operations?" "Precisely. But more than that, I suggest we approach this investigation with the understanding that whoever is responsible for Mr. Pemberton's disappearance possesses detailed knowledge of the ship's layout and routines. This was not a crime of opportunity committed by someone unfamiliar with maritime environment. This was planned, coordinated, and executed by someone who understood exactly how to make a passenger vanish without immediate detection." The implications of this observation sent a chill through the cabin that had nothing to do with the Mediterranean afternoon. If Poirot's analysis was correct, then Theodore Pemberton's disappearance had been orchestrated by someone with insider knowledge, either a crew member or a passenger with extensive experience aboard luxury liners. Henri appeared at the cabin door with the quiet efficiency that characterized his approach to duty, his expression carrying news that was clearly significant. "Captain, Monsieur Poirot, I've been conducting inquiries among the crew as you requested. I've discovered something that I believe you will find illuminating." "Please, Henri, share your discoveries," Captain Fortuna said, with the authority of someone accustomed to receiving and evaluating information that might affect the safety of his vessel and passengers. "I spoke with Marcel, who is responsible for the evening cleaning of the promenade deck. He remembers Tuesday evening quite clearly because of an unusual incident. Around 11 o'clock, just as he was completing his duties, he observed two passengers carrying what appeared to be a deck chair toward the ship's rail. At the time, he thought perhaps they were relocating the chair for some private purpose. Passengers sometimes request such arrangements for romantic occasions or private conversations." Poirot's eyebrows rose with interest. Two passengers? Could Marcel identify these individuals? He recognized one of them as Mr. Viridian, the gentleman who's been observed in nervous behavior throughout the voyage. The other— Henri paused, clearly struggling with information that he found difficult to believe. The other was Mrs. Blackwood. The revelation fell into the cabin's atmosphere like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of implication in all directions. Mrs. Blackwood, who had been so helpful in providing information about Theodore Pemberton's last known activities, who had positioned herself as a concerned fellow passenger investigating his disappearance, had apparently been involved in disposing of the very deck chair whose absence had first alerted them to the mystery. "Mrs. Blackwood," Captain Fortuna repeated slowly, as if testing the name against his understanding of passenger dynamics. "The widow who has been travelling aboard the ship for— how long now?" "This is her third voyage with us this year," Henri replied. "She has become something of a regular passenger, always travelling alone, always very social and observant of other passengers' activities. The crew has come to regard her as— how should I put it— someone who takes a considerable interest in the affairs of her fellow travellers." Poirot began pacing the cabin with the restless energy that characterized his mind when pieces of a puzzle were beginning to arrange themselves into recognizable patterns. A woman who positions herself as helpful and observant, who notices details that others might miss, who involves herself in investigations. Such a person would be perfectly placed to direct attention away from her own activities while appearing to assist in uncovering the truth. But what possible motive could Mrs. Blackwood have for harming Mr. Pemberton? Captain Fortuna asked. From all accounts, they barely knew each other beyond the casual acquaintance that develops among passengers during cruise travel. But perhaps they knew each other better than appearances suggested, Poirot replied. Or perhaps Mrs. Blackwood's interest in Mr. Pemberton was connected to his archaeological research, rather than to his person. You will recall that she seemed remarkably well informed about his scholarly activities for someone who claimed only casual acquaintance. The afternoon progressed with the stately rhythm that characterized life aboard a well-run ship, but beneath the surface calm, the investigation had taken on new urgency and direction. If Mrs. Blackwood and Mr. Viridian had indeed conspired to make Theodore Pemberton disappear, then the comfortable world of luxury cruise travel had concealed something far more sinister than anyone had imagined. Captain Fortuna made the decision that had been inevitable since the discovery of the laudanum-tainted glass. "I'm implementing emergency search protocols," he announced, with the authority of someone accustomed to making decisions that affected the lives of everyone under his command. "Every space aboard this vessel will be examined systematically, with particular attention to areas that might serve as temporary confinement for someone being held against their will." The search that followed was conducted with the methodical precision that characterized all aspects of the Aphrodite's operations, but with an urgency that reflected the possibility that Theodore Pemberton might still be alive somewhere within the ship's complex interior. Crew members who knew every bolt and rivet of the vessel led the investigation through spaces that passengers never saw. The engine rooms with their massive machinery and constant noise, the storage areas where supplies for the voyage were carefully organised and secured, the crew quarters where off-duty personnel rested between their periods of service. Poirot accompanied the search teams with the particular attention of someone who understood that evidence might be found in the smallest details overlooked by others. The ship's lower decks revealed a world that operated according to different rhythms and priorities than the elegant passenger areas above, a realm where function took precedence over form, and where the hard work of maintaining luxury cruise service was carried out by men and women who remained largely invisible to those they served. It was in one of these service areas, a storage compartment near the engine room that was used for seldom-needed maintenance supplies, that they found evidence of Theodore Pemberton's presence. The space was cramped and poorly ventilated, accessible only through a narrow hatch that would have been difficult for anyone to discover without detailed knowledge of the ship's layout. But scattered on the floor were several papers that Jacques immediately recognised as belonging to Mr. Pemberton's archaeological research, along with a fountain pen that bore the initials TP in elegant script. "He was here," Poirot said with quiet satisfaction, examining the evidence with the care of someone who understood its significance. "But recently moved, I would suggest. These papers show signs of having been dropped or scattered in haste, as if whoever was holding Mr. Pemberton was forced to relocate him quickly." Captain Fortuna examined the cramped space with the expression of someone who was beginning to understand the full scope of what had occurred aboard his vessel. "This compartment is accessed through the engine room maintenance area. Someone would need detailed knowledge of the ship's service routines to use it as a hiding place without being discovered by the crew. Or," Poirot added thoughtfully, "someone would need the assistance of a crew member who could provide such knowledge and ensure that the space remained undisturbed during routine inspections." The implications were troubling but logical. The complexity of Theodore Pemberton's disappearance suggested coordination between passengers and crew, a conspiracy that had used the ship's own security and service routines to conceal a crime being committed under the noses of hundreds of potential witnesses. As the afternoon search continued, Poirot found himself studying the psychology of shipboard crime with the analytical approach that had served him well in previous investigations. A luxury liner presented unique opportunities for criminal activity precisely because of the trust and routine that made civilized travel possible. Passengers relaxed their normal vigilance, crew members focused on service rather than security, and the contained environment created a false sense of safety that could be exploited by those with malicious intent. The search of Mr. Viridian's cabin, conducted with his reluctant permission and Captain Fortuna's authority, revealed additional pieces of the puzzle that was Theodore Pemberton's disappearance. Hidden beneath apparently innocent travel documents were copies of archaeological survey maps that corresponded exactly to those found in Pemberton's research materials, along with correspondence that suggested involvement in the international antiquities trade that operated in the grey areas between legal scholarship and profitable smuggling. Mr. Viridian, Poirot observed as they examined this evidence, appears to have been very interested in Mr. Pemberton's research for reasons that had little to do with academic curiosity. These letters suggest coordination with buyers who specialise in artefacts of questionable provenance. Mr. Viridian himself had vanished from the ship's public areas, a disappearance that suggested either guilt or fear of discovery. The crew's search for him revealed that he had not been seen since the previous evening, when several passengers had observed him in apparently agitated conversation with Mrs. Blackwood near the ship's library. 2 missing passengers, Captain Fortuna said grimly, or perhaps 1 missing passenger, and one who has decided that discretion is the better part of valour in the face of investigation. The afternoon sun began its slow descent toward the Mediterranean horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that would have been breathtaking under other circumstances. But aboard the Aphrodite, the beauty of the setting was overshadowed by the growing realization that the ship harboured secrets darker than anyone had imagined when the voyage began. It was Henri who provided the breakthrough that would transform their investigation from systematic search to focused rescue operation. His network of contacts among the crew had uncovered information from Rosa, one of the laundry workers who operated in the ship's lower service levels during the overnight hours when passengers were asleep and the vessel's maintenance routines could be conducted without disruption. Rosa reports that for the past 2 nights, she has heard sounds from the forward storage area that she described as unusual, Henry explained as they gathered in Captain Fortuna's quarters to evaluate the day's discoveries. Sounds that might have been someone moving around in spaces that should have been empty, or perhaps someone trying to communicate despite being unable to speak loudly. Forward storage, Captain Fortuna repeated, consulting his ship's plans. That area is used primarily for bulk supplies and equipment that won't be needed until we reach port. It would be isolated from normal crew traffic, but accessible to someone who knew the service corridors. Poirot studied the ship's layout with the intensity of someone who understood that they were approaching the resolution of a mystery that had tested all their investigative skills. If Mr. Pemberton is being held in the forward storage area, then whoever is responsible has been moving him systematically to stay ahead of our search. But now, perhaps, they have run out of options for concealment. The rescue operation that followed was conducted with the careful coordination that characterized all emergency procedures aboard a well-run vessel, but with the additional tension that came from not knowing whether they would find Theodore Pemberton alive or whether their investigation had come too late to prevent tragedy. The forward storage area proved to be a maze of compartments and corridors that served the ship's operational needs while remaining completely hidden from passenger areas. It was here, in a space normally used for storing deck equipment during rough weather, that they found Theodore Pemberton alive, but clearly suffering from the effects of prolonged confinement and intermittent drugging. The reunion was both joyful and sobering, as Pemberton's condition revealed the seriousness of what had been done to him. He was conscious but disoriented, able to communicate but clearly affected by whatever substances had been used to keep him compliant during his captivity. His first coherent words were a warning about his research materials and the people who had taken him, confirming Poirot's deductions about the motives behind his disappearance. "The maps," Pemberton whispered, as the ship's doctor examined him in the privacy of the medical facility. They wanted the maps. The location of the excavation site, said they had buyers waiting, would pay handsomely for advance information about archaeological discoveries before they became public knowledge. As medical attention restored Theodore Pemberton to fuller consciousness, the full scope of the conspiracy became clear. His archaeological research had uncovered evidence of a significant historical site along the North African coast, information that would be extremely valuable to private collectors who specialised in acquiring artefacts before legitimate archaeological authorities could protect them. Mrs. Blackwood and Mr. Viridian had been working together to obtain this information, using the contained environment of the cruise ship to isolate Pemberton from help, while they attempted to coerce him into revealing the site's location. The Mediterranean evening settled over the Aphrodite with the gentle beauty that had marked every day of their voyage, but the ship's atmosphere had been transformed by the knowledge that even in the most civilized circumstances, human nature could reveal depths of greed and ruthlessness that threatened the safety and trust that made community possible. Yet there was also satisfaction in the knowledge that careful observation, methodical investigation, and the cooperation of the good people had prevented tragedy and brought justice to those who had attempted to profit from knowledge that belonged to humanity rather than to private interests. As Captain Fortuna began the legal procedures necessary to deal with crimes committed in international waters, and as Theodore Pemberton recovered under medical supervision, Poirot found himself reflecting on the curious chain of events that had begun with a missing deck chair, and culminated in the rescue of a man whose only crime had been the pursuit of knowledge about humanity's ancient past. The missing deck chair, thrown overboard to eliminate evidence of Theodore Pemberton's presence on deck during his last evening of freedom, had become the thread that, when pulled carefully, had unravelled an entire conspiracy. It was a reminder that in detective work, as in archaeology, the smallest artifacts often revealed the largest truths about human behaviour and the complex motivations that drove people to extraordinary actions in both ancient and modern circumstances. Evening approached the Mediterranean with the measured grace of a master painter, applying the final touches to a masterpiece, transforming the endless expanse of water into a canvas of deep sapphire, touched with threads of gold and rose that seemed to pulse with the ancient rhythms of tide and time. The SS Aphrodite sailed through these beauteous waters with renewed purpose now that the mystery of Theodore Pemberton's disappearance had been resolved, yet the ship's atmosphere carried an undercurrent of tension that spoke to the unfinished business of justice and the necessity of confronting those who had turned luxury travel into an opportunity for criminal enterprise. In the ship's medical facility, Theodore Pemberton rested under the careful attention of Dr. Matthews, whose 30 years of maritime medical service had prepared him for everything from seasickness to serious injuries, but rarely for cases involving deliberate poisoning and kidnapping. The archaeologist's recovery was progressing steadily, as the effects of prolonged drugging gradually cleared from his system, allowing him to piece together the details of his ordeal with increasing clarity and coherence. The laudanum was administered in my evening coffee, Pemberton explained to Poirot and Captain Fortuna, his voice still carrying the weakness that came from days of chemical suppression but gaining strength with each hour of freedom. Mrs. Blackwood approached me during my usual deck reading time on Tuesday evening, carrying a service tray with what she claimed was a gesture of hospitality. Coffee prepared in the French manner, she said, as a way of welcoming a fellow scholar to the civilized pleasures of Mediterranean travel. Poirot nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose deductions were being confirmed by direct testimony. "And you accepted this coffee without suspicion, naturally." Mrs. Blackwood had established herself as a harmless fellow passenger, with scholarly interests that complemented your own work. Precisely. We had spoken several times during the voyage about archaeological methodology and the ethics of artifact preservation. She seemed genuinely knowledgeable about Mediterranean history and expressed particular interest in my research on ancient trade routes. I had no reason to suspect that her friendliness concealed any ulterior motives. Captain Fortuna leaned forward with the intense attention of someone who needed to understand every detail of what had occurred aboard his vessel. "When did you begin to feel the effects of the drug, Mr. Pemberton? And what do you remember of the period immediately following?" The drowsiness came upon me quite gradually, perhaps 20 minutes after finishing the coffee. At first I attributed it to the sea air and the relaxing effects of evening on deck, but as the sensation intensified, I began to realise that something was wrong. I attempted to return to my cabin, but found my coordination increasingly impaired. It was then that Mr. Viridian appeared, ostensibly to offer assistance. The account that followed painted a picture of calculated predation that had used the trust and courtesy natural to shipboard society as tools for criminal purpose. Mr. Viridian had indeed offered help to the increasingly disoriented Pemberton, but his assistance had taken the form of guiding the drugged man not to his cabin but to the first of several temporary hiding places where he could be concealed while his captors attempted to extract information about his archaeological discoveries. They were particularly interested in the location coordinates for the excavation site I had identified near the ancient port of Leptis Magna. Pemberton continued, his academic precision reasserting itself as his mental clarity returned. The site contains what appears to be an intact merchant's warehouse from the 2nd century, with artifacts that could revolutionize our understanding of Mediterranean trade relationships. But more importantly from their perspective, it contains items that would be extraordinarily valuable to private collectors willing to purchase illegally obtained antiquities. Dr. Matthews checked his patient's pulse and blood pressure with the methodical care that characterised good medical practice, his expression reflecting both professional satisfaction with Pemberton's recovery and personal outrage at the treatment that had been inflicted upon him. The repeated administration of laudanum over several days could have had serious, long-term effects, he observed grimly. These people were playing with Mr. Pemberton's life as casually as they were manipulating his research. The conversation was interrupted by Henri, who appeared at the medical facility door with news that had clearly shaken his normally composed demeanour. "Captain, Monsieur Poirot," he said with the urgency of someone bearing information that could not wait for more convenient circumstances. "Mrs. Blackwood has been located. She's in the ship's library, and she is requesting to speak with you immediately. She claims—" He paused, clearly struggling with the implications of what he was about to report. "She claims that she wishes to make a full confession." The library of the SS Aphrodite represented one of the ship's most elegant public spaces, designed to provide passengers with a quiet retreat where they could pursue reading and contemplation away from the more social areas of shipboard life. Mahogany shelving lined the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with carefully selected volumes that reflected both classic literature and contemporary works chosen to appeal to the educated travellers who formed the ship's typical clientele. Comfortable leather chairs were arranged in intimate groupings that encouraged either solitary reading or quiet conversation, while tall windows offered views of the Mediterranean that served as inspiration for those whose literary pursuits had turned toward composition rather than consumption. Mrs. Evangeline Blackwood sat in one of these chairs with the composed dignity of someone who had made a difficult decision and was prepared to accept its consequences. Her dramatic evening attire had been replaced by simpler travelling clothes, and her silver hair was arranged with less theatrical flair than had characterised her appearance throughout the voyage. Yet there remained something essentially performative about her bearing, as if even in confession she could not entirely abandon the role she had been playing for the benefit of her fellow passengers. "Gentlemen," she said as Poirot and Captain Fortuna entered the library, her voice carrying the particular weariness of someone who had carried a heavy secret for too long. "I believe it is time for me to explain my actions during this voyage, and to accept responsibility for the harm that has been done to Mr. Pemberton." Poirot settled into the chair across from her with the patience of someone who understood that confessions, like good stories, required time and careful attention to develop properly. "We are prepared to listen, madame, and to understand the circumstances that led you to participate in such a serious crime." Mrs. Blackwood was quiet for several moments, her gaze fixed on the Mediterranean vista visible through the library windows, as if drawing strength from the eternal beauty of waters that had witnessed countless human dramas over the millennia of their existence. When she spoke, her voice carried the complex mixture of regret and defiance that often characterized people who had committed acts that they simultaneously deplored and felt compelled to justify. "My late husband, Colonel Blackwood, died 3 years ago, leaving me with what appeared to be a comfortable inheritance," she began, her words carefully chosen but delivered with evident emotion. "What I discovered only after his death was that his investments had been far less sound than either of us had realised. The income that was supposed to support me for the remainder of my life had been largely depleted by poor decisions and unfortunate market conditions." Captain Fortuna listened with the compassionate attention of someone who had observed how financial desperation could drive otherwise respectable people to extraordinary measures. "And so you began seeking alternative sources of income?" "I began accepting commissions from private collectors who were interested in acquiring archaeological artefacts that were not yet under the protection of museums or government authorities." Mrs. Blackwood continued, "My education and social connections made me valuable as someone who could identify opportunities and approach scholars without arousing suspicion. I told myself that I was simply facilitating the preservation of historical objects by people who would appreciate and care for them properly." The rationalization was familiar to Poirot, who had encountered many criminals who had constructed elaborate justifications for their actions in order to preserve their self-image as fundamentally decent people. "And Mr. Viridian?" He was your partner in these facilitation activities. Nathaniel Viridian represents a network of buyers who specialise in Mediterranean antiquities. He had been tracking Mr. Pemberton's research for several months, waiting for an opportunity to gain access to his discoveries before they became public knowledge. When I learned that Mr. Pemberton would be travelling aboard the Aphrodite, I arranged to book passage on the same voyage. The picture that emerged was one of calculated predation that had used the relaxed atmosphere of cruise travel to create opportunities for criminal enterprise. Mrs. Blackwood had indeed positioned herself as a helpful fellow passenger, but her friendliness had been designed to gather intelligence about Pemberton's work and to identify the best method for extracting information from him. The laudanum was Mr. Viridian's suggestion, she continued, her voice taking on a defensive quality that suggested she was still attempting to minimise her own culpability. He claimed it would simply make Mr. Pemberton more cooperative, more willing to share information about his research. I never intended for the situation to become as prolonged as it did. Poirot exchanged a meaningful glance with Captain Fortuna. The progression from rational criminal planning to prolonged kidnapping often followed such patterns, where each step seemed logical to the perpetrators, even as the overall situation spiraled beyond their control and moral comprehension. "And the deck chair?" Poirot asked gently. "Why was it necessary to dispose of this particular piece of evidence?" Mrs. Blackwood's expression took on the particular shame of someone who had been caught in an action that revealed the true nature of their crimes. Mr. Viridian was concerned that Mr. Pemberton's regular routine would lead to questions about his absence. The chair represented a visible reminder of his presence on deck during his normal evening activities. We thought that if we removed it, people would assume he had simply chosen to change his habits rather than that something had happened to him. But instead, Captain Fortuna observed, the missing chair became the clue that led us to investigate his disappearance. In attempting to conceal evidence, you actually created evidence. The irony was not lost on Mrs. Blackwood, whose theatrical nature seemed to appreciate the dramatic reversal, even as she faced its consequences. "I suppose there is a certain poetic justice in that," she admitted. "We were so focused on the large deception that we overlooked how the small details might betray us." As the conversation continued, the full scope of the conspiracy became clear. Mrs. Blackwood and Mr. Viridian had been working together for more than a year, using luxury cruise travel as a method for approaching archaeologists and scholars whose work had identified potentially valuable historical sites. The contained environment of ocean liners provided ideal conditions for building trust, gathering information, and when necessary, isolating targets who proved reluctant to cooperate with their requests. "How many other scholars have you approached in this manner?" Poirot asked, his tone conveying the particular concern of someone who realised that Theodore Pemberton might not have been the first victim of this scheme. "Mr. Pemberton was our first attempt at direct persuasion," Mrs. Blackwood replied carefully. "Previous approaches had been successful through purely social means. Scholars who were willing to share information about their discoveries in exchange for funding or academic connections. We had not anticipated that Mr. Pemberton would be so resistant to our proposals. The admission revealed the escalating nature of their criminal enterprise, as social manipulation had given way to drugging and kidnapping when their targets proved insufficiently cooperative. It was a progression that suggested future victims might have faced even more serious consequences if the scheme had not been discovered and disrupted." Henry appeared in the library doorway with the news that Mr. Viridian had been located in one of the ship's service areas, apparently attempting to access the ship's communication equipment in order to contact his network of buyers and warn them about the exposure of their operation. His capture had provided additional evidence about the scope of the antiquities smuggling network and the methods they used to identify and approach potential sources of information. Mr. Viridian has been somewhat less cooperative than Mrs. Blackwood in explaining his activities, Henry reported with the diplomatic understatement that characterised his approach to delicate situations. However, the documents found in his possession suggest that this operation extended far beyond a single cruise ship and involved buyers in several European countries. Captain Fortuna stood with the decisive movement of someone who had heard enough to understand the full scope of what had occurred aboard his vessel. "Mrs. Blackwood, I am placing you under a ship's arrest pending our arrival at the next port, where you will be turned over to the appropriate authorities for prosecution. The safety of my passengers and the integrity of international archaeological preservation cannot be compromised by criminal enterprises that use luxury travel as a cover for illegal activities." As Mrs. Blackwood was escorted from the library by ship security personnel, Poirot found himself reflecting on the complex psychology that had driven a presumably civilized woman to participate in such serious crimes. Financial desperation certainly had played a role, but there had also been something almost theatrical about her approach to criminal activity, as if she had been playing a role in an adventure story rather than participating in activities that could have resulted in serious harm to innocent people. The Mediterranean evening continued its spectacular display beyond the library windows, the setting sun painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that seemed to celebrate the resolution of the mystery that had threatened to overshadow the voyage's peaceful routines. Yet even as justice began to unfold, Poirot understood that the implications of what had been discovered aboard the Aphrodite extended far beyond the fate of individual criminals. The network of antiquities smugglers that Mrs. Blackwood and Mr. Viridian represented threatened the preservation of humanity's archaeological heritage, transforming scholarly discoveries into private commodities available only to wealthy collectors willing to ignore the legal and ethical frameworks that protected historical sites. The fact that they had been able to operate using the cover of luxury travel suggested vulnerabilities in the systems designed to prevent such criminal enterprises. As the evening progressed and the ship's normal social routines resumed around the knowledge that the mystery had been solved, Poirot made his way to the medical facility where Theodore Pemberton was continuing his recovery under Dr. Matthew's careful supervision. The archaeologist's colour had improved dramatically, and his eyes had regained the sharp intelligence that had made him a target for those who sought to profit from his scholarly discoveries. "I understand that I owe you a considerable debt of gratitude," Pemberton said as Poirot entered the medical facility. "Dr. Matthews has explained how your observation of the missing deck chair led to the investigation that ultimately secured my release." Poirot settled into the chair beside Pemberton's bed with the modest satisfaction of someone who had successfully completed a challenging intellectual puzzle. "The credit must be shared among many people, mon ami. Henri's knowledge of ship routines, Captain Fortuna's decisive action, the cooperation of passengers who provided crucial information. Detection is rarely the work of a single individual, particularly in circumstances as complex as those aboard an ocean liner. Nevertheless," Pemberton continued, "I am curious about how you were able to piece together the truth from such seemingly innocent beginning observations. A missing deck chair hardly seems like evidence of serious criminal activity." The question touched on fundamental principles that had guided Poirot's approach to detective work throughout his career, and he was happy to share the reasoning that had transformed a minor shipboard mystery into a successful rescue operation. In any environment where order and routine are essential, and a luxury cruise ship is perhaps the ultimate example of such an environment, any disruption of expected patterns becomes significant, Poirot explained. Your deck chair represented a visible symbol of your presence and your habits. When it vanished simultaneously with your disappearance, it suggested that someone understood the connection between routine objects and the people who used them. So the missing chair was actually evidence of sophisticated planning rather than simple coincidence. Precisely. Someone who understood shipboard psychology well enough to realize that removing the chair would delay recognition of your absence was someone who had planned your disappearance carefully and thoroughly, and such planning suggested motives more serious than simple personal conflict or random criminal opportunity. As they talked, Theodore Pemberton's professional enthusiasm for his archaeological work began to reassert itself, displacing the trauma of his recent ordeal with the excitement of someone who had important discoveries to share with the scholarly community. The site near Leptis Magna that had attracted the attention of Mrs. Blackwood and her confederates contained artifacts that could indeed revolutionize understanding of Mediterranean trade relationships in the Roman period, making its protection from commercial exploitation even more crucial. The irony, Pemberton observed with the particular appreciation that scholars had for historical parallels, is that the ancient merchants whose warehouse I've discovered probably faced similar challenges from pirates and thieves who sought to profit from their legitimate trade activities. Some aspects of human nature appear to be remarkably consistent across the centuries. The observation pleased Poirot, who had often noted how criminal psychology revealed universal patterns that transcended specific historical periods or cultural circumstances. Greed, desperation, and the willingness to exploit trust for personal gain were motivations that appeared in every era and every society, requiring constant vigilance from those who sought to protect the vulnerable from predation. As the Mediterranean night settled over the SS Aphrodite, bringing with it the promise of peaceful sleep and renewed appreciation for the simple pleasures of civilized travel, Poirot found himself grateful for the resolution of a mystery that had tested both his detective skills and his understanding of human nature. The missing deck chair had led them through a labyrinth of deception and criminal enterprise to a conclusion that served both justice and the preservation of humanity's archaeological heritage. Tomorrow would bring new ports, new passengers, and undoubtedly new challenges to the ordered routine that made luxury cruise travel possible. But tonight, as the ship sailed through waters that had carried the dreams and ambitions of countless travellers across the millennia, there was satisfaction in knowing that careful observation, methodical investigation, and the cooperation of good people had prevented tragedy and preserved the trust that allowed strangers to travel together in safety and harmony across the timeless Mediterranean Sea. Dawn broke over the Mediterranean with the gentle splendour of a world reborn, painting the endless expanse of water in shades of pearl and rose that seemed to whisper of new beginnings and the eternal renewal that marked each day's arrival over these ancient seas. The SS Aphrodite sailed through the morning calm with restored serenity, her white hull cutting gracefully through waters that reflected the sky like polished silver, while the gentle rhythm of her engines provided a steady heartbeat that spoke of normal routine peacefully resumed after the disruptions of the previous days. Theodore Pemberton stood at the starboard rail of the promenade deck, breathing deeply of the salt-tinged air that carried promises of distant shores and the timeless freedom that belonged to those who travelled the world's great waters. His recovery had progressed remarkably during the night hours, aided by Dr. Matthew's careful medical attention and the psychological relief that came from knowing his ordeal was truly over. The weakness that had marked his first hours of freedom was giving way to renewed strength, and his scholar's enthusiasm for the journey ahead was beginning to reassert itself with each hour that passed. The deck chair that had started this entire adventure had been replaced during the night by efficient stewards who understood that shipboard routine must be maintained regardless of the extraordinary circumstances that might temporarily disrupt it. Pemberton had specifically requested that his morning constitutional include a visit to this spot, not from any morbid fascination with the sight of his disappearance, but from a scholar's appreciation for the way small details could illuminate larger truths about human nature and the complex relationships that governed civilized society. Hercule Poirot joined him at the rail with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had successfully completed a challenging intellectual puzzle, while preserving the safety and dignity of those involved. His morning routine had been restored to its normal precision, his moustache waxed to perfection, and his small notebook containing the final observations that would complete his record of the case. Yet there remained a contemplative quality to his bearing that suggested deeper thoughts about the implications of what they had discovered aboard the Aphrodite. "I trust you slept well, mon ami?" Poirot inquired with genuine concern for someone who had endured considerable trauma during the voyage that was supposed to have provided restful travel and scholarly inspiration. "Better than I had dared hope," Pemberton replied, his voice carrying the renewed strength that marked his recovery. "Doctor, Matthews assures me that the effects of the laudanum will continue to diminish with each passing day, and I find myself remarkably eager to return to my archaeological work. If anything, this experience has reinforced my appreciation for the importance of preserving historical knowledge for legitimate scholarly purposes rather than private profit." The morning progressed with the stately rhythm that characterized life aboard a well-run luxury liner as passengers emerged for their constitutional exercises, and the crew attended to the endless maintenance tasks that kept the ship functioning at the level of perfection that travellers expected but rarely noticed. The Mediterranean morning was particularly spectacular, with visibility extending to distant islands that seemed to float like dreams on the horizon, their ancient shores promising the kinds of discoveries that had originally drawn Pemberton to his chosen field of study. Captain Alessandro Fortuna appeared at their position with the bearing of someone who had successfully navigated his vessel through troubled waters and was pleased to report calm seas ahead. His weathered face carried the satisfaction of a professional who had handled a serious situation with skill and decisive action, but also the ongoing concern of someone who understood that the safety of passengers and crew remained his paramount responsibility, regardless of circumstances. "Gentlemen," Captain Fortuna said with the warm formality that characterized his approach to passenger relations, "I wanted to personally assure you that the legal arrangements for Mrs. Blackwood and Mr. Viridian have been completed according to international maritime law. They will be transferred to the appropriate authorities when we reach Palermo this afternoon, where Italian officials will coordinate with Interpol regarding the broader antiquities smuggling network." Poirot nodded with approval at the systematic approach that would ensure justice was served while preserving the evidence necessary for a successful prosecution. "And the other passengers? I trust they have not been unduly alarmed by the events of recent days." "The ship's community has shown remarkable resilience," Captain Fortuna replied. "Most passengers understand that what occurred was an isolated incident involving criminal elements who exploited the trust and courtesy that normally characterize cruise travel. If anything, there seems to be increased appreciation for the security measures and crew vigilance that make safe travel possible." Indeed, as the morning constitutional proceeded around them, there was evidence that the Aphrodite's social atmosphere was returning to the relaxed conviviality that marked successful cruise experiences. Passengers who'd been concerned during the investigation were now displaying renewed confidence in their safety, while the crew moved with the efficient pride of professionals who had handled a serious challenge successfully and could now focus on providing the excellent service that was their primary mission. Henry approached their group with the particular combination of professionalism and personal satisfaction that characterized someone who had played a crucial role in resolving a serious problem. His morning uniform was as crisp as always, but his bearing carried the quiet pride of someone who had proven himself capable of rising to extraordinary circumstances when duty demanded it. "Mr. Pemberton," Henry said with genuine warmth, "I wanted to express how pleased the entire crew is to see you recovered and enjoying the morning air. Is there anything we can do to ensure your continued comfort during the remainder of the voyage?" "Your assistance during the investigation was invaluable," Pemberton replied gratefully. "Without your knowledge of ship routines and your willingness to ask difficult questions of your colleagues, I might still be confined in some forgotten storage compartment. I am deeply grateful for your courage and professionalism." The exchange reflected the broader sense of community that had emerged from the crisis, as passengers and crew had worked together to solve a problem that threatened the safety and trust essential to civilized travel. It was a reminder that even in the most challenging circumstances, human beings could choose cooperation over conflict, justice over expedience, and concern for others over personal convenience. As the morning progressed toward the lunch hour, Poirot found himself reflecting on the larger lessons that could be drawn from their recent adventure. The case of the missing deck chair had begun as a minor shipboard mystery, but had revealed connections to international criminal networks that threatened humanity's archaeological heritage. It was a perfect illustration of how seemingly small problems often reflected much larger issues, and how careful attention to details could lead to solutions that served interests far beyond the immediate circumstances. "Tell me, Mr. Pemberton," Poirot said as they continued their circuit of the deck, "what will you do with your research now that you know it has attracted the attention of those who would exploit it for private gain?" Pemberton's expression took on the determined quality of someone who had faced adversity and emerged with renewed commitment to his principles. "I will accelerate my efforts to ensure that the Leptis Magna site receives proper archaeological protection before it can be damaged by treasure hunters or commercial exploitation. The publicity from this incident, unfortunate as it has been personally, may actually help draw attention to the importance of preserving such sites for legitimate scholarly study. and you do not fear that other criminal networks might attempt similar approaches to your work, I will certainly be more cautious about sharing information about my discoveries, Pemberton admitted, but I refuse to allow to protecting the innocent and ensuring that human ingenuity was directed toward constructive rather than destructive purposes. The ship sailed on through waters that had carried the dreams and ambitions of countless travellers across the millennia. Her passage, marked only by the gentle wake that would disappear within minutes, but represented, for this moment, the successful completion of a voyage that had tested everyone aboard and proven the resilience of human community in the face of challenges that threatened to undermine the trust essential to civilized society. Henry excused himself to attend to final duties before the end of his shift, but not before expressing once again his gratitude for the opportunity to participate in an investigation that had tested his professional skills while serving the cause of justice. Theodore Pemberton remained at the rail for some time, contemplating the night sky and perhaps planning the scholarly work that would transform his recent ordeal into positive contributions to archaeological knowledge. Poirot continued his evening constitutional around the peaceful deck, observing passengers who had rediscovered their appreciation for the simple pleasures of luxury cruise travel after the disruptions of recent days. The deck chairs remained in their orderly arrangements, each one representing not just comfort and leisure, but also the restoration of routine and normalcy that made civilized travel possible. As he completed his circuit and prepared to retire to his cabin for the peaceful sleep that was one of ocean travel's greatest gifts, Poirot reflected on the curious chain of events that had begun with the observation of an empty space where a deck chair should have been, and had culminated in the exposure of an international criminal conspiracy that threatened humanity's archaeological heritage. The missing deck chair would be remembered not as evidence of successful criminal planning, but as the small detail that had unravelled a much larger scheme, proving once again that in detective work as in life, careful attention to the seemingly insignificant often revealed the most important truths about human nature and the complex motivations that drove people to both noble and ignoble actions. The Mediterranean night embraced the SS Aphrodite, and all who sailed upon her with the gentle benediction of waters that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the dreams and struggles of countless generations, and the eternal human quest for knowledge, beauty, and understanding. Tomorrow would bring new ports, new passengers, and undoubtedly new challenges to the ordered routine that made luxury travel possible. But tonight, as the ship sailed peacefully through calm seas under a canopy of stars that had guided navigators since the dawn of human exploration, there was satisfaction in knowing that justice had been served, knowledge had been protected, and the trust that allowed strangers to travel together in safety and harmony had been preserved for future voyagers who would follow in their wake across these timeless Mediterranean waters. Fear of criminal exploitation to prevent me from pursuing knowledge that belongs to all humanity rather than to private collectors. If anything, this experience has reinforced my commitment to ensuring that archaeological discoveries remain accessible to scholars and the general public rather than disappearing into private collections. The conversation was interrupted by the approach of Colonel Harrington, whose military bearing carried a particular satisfaction that suggested someone who had observed justice being served according to proper procedures. His morning constitutional had clearly included conversations with other passengers about the resolution of the mystery, and his expression reflected the general relief that characterized the ship's social atmosphere. "Remarkable piece of detective work, Poirot," Colonel Harrington said with the direct appreciation that military men often showed for professional competence. "Though I must say, the whole affair has given me a new appreciation for the complexities of shipboard security. One tends to think of cruise ships as isolated from the criminal elements that plague land-based travel, but clearly that assumption requires revision." "Indeed," Poirot replied thoughtfully. "The contained environment of an ocean liner creates unique opportunities for both criminal activity and detective work. The limited number of suspects and witnesses can facilitate investigation, but the isolation from normal law enforcement resources requires considerable creativity in gathering evidence and ensuring justice." As the lunch hour approached, the ship's social rhythms began to shift toward the more formal atmosphere that characterized meal service aboard a luxury liner. Passengers moved with the unhurried purpose of people who had learned to appreciate the elaborate rituals of fine dining as one of cruise travel's greatest pleasures, while crew members prepared for the complex choreography that would transform the dining salon into a stage for culinary artistry. The Mediterranean noon had brought perfect sailing weather, with gentle breezes that filled the air with the sense of distant shores and endless water that stretched toward horizons that promised adventure and discovery. The Aphrodite sailed through these conditions with the confident grace of a vessel that had found her proper rhythm, carrying passengers who had rediscovered their appreciation for the simple pleasures of civilized travel after the disruptions of recent days. Poirot made his way to the dining salon with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had successfully completed a challenging case, while preserving the trust and safety that made community possible. The elaborate meal service that followed provided a welcome return to the normal routines of luxury cruise travel, where the most pressing concerns involved choosing between multiple excellent courses rather than solving mysteries that threatened passenger safety. The afternoon that followed was marked by the gentle activities that characterized peaceful days aboard a well-run ship. Reading in comfortable deck chairs, conversation in shaded alcoves, card games in the salon, and the eternal pleasure of watching the Mediterranean horizon for signs of the ports and islands that would mark their continued progress through waters that had carried the dreams and ambitions of travellers for millennia. Theodore Pemberton spent much of the afternoon in the ship's library, working with renewed enthusiasm on his archaeological notes while enjoying the company of fellow passengers who had developed genuine interest in his scholarly work during the course of the voyage. His experience had transformed him from a solitary researcher into something of a celebrity among the ship's educated travellers, though he wore this attention with the modest grace that characterised true scholars. As evening approached, and the Mediterranean sun began its spectacular descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that seemed to celebrate the restoration of peace and normal routine, Poirot found himself once again at the starboard rail where the mystery had begun. The deck chairs were arranged in their precise patterns, each one occupied by passengers engaged in the eternal rituals of shipboard evening, quiet conversation, solitary reading, and the contemplation of natural beauty that cruise travel provided in abundance. The chair that had replaced Theodore Pemberton's missing furniture was indistinguishable from its neighbours, yet it carried a significance that went far beyond its functional purpose. It represented the restoration of order after chaos, the triumph of justice over criminal exploitation, and the resilience of human community in the face of challenges that threatened to undermine the trust essential to civilized society. Henry joined him at the rail as the sun touched the horizon, his presence marking the completion of duties that had extended far beyond normal passenger service during the extraordinary circumstances of recent days. The young steward's bearing carried the quiet pride of someone who had proven himself capable of rising to serious challenges while maintaining the professional excellence that characterized the Aphrodite's crew. "A beautiful evening, is it not, Monsieur Poirot?" Henri observed, his slight accent adding musical quality to words that carried deeper appreciation for the return of peaceful routine. It is remarkable how much more beautiful the sunset appears when one knows that all aboard ship are safe and accounted for. Indeed, mon ami, there is particular pleasure in beauty that is experienced in circumstances of safety and justice. The Mediterranean sunset has undoubtedly been spectacular every evening of our voyage, but tonight it seems especially magnificent because we observe it with clear consciences and the satisfaction of problems resolved through careful cooperation. As the evening progressed, and the ship's social rhythms shifted toward the more intimate atmosphere that characterized nighttime aboard a luxury liner, passengers began to disperse toward their various evening activities. Some gathered in the salon for bridge and conversation, others chose romantic strolls on moonlit decks, and still others retired to their cabins to rest after days that had tested their understanding of human nature and the complex motivations that could drive even respectable people to extraordinary actions. Theodore Pemberton appeared at the rail beside them, his recovery now complete enough that he moved with renewed confidence and purpose. The ordeal that had threatened to derail his scholarly career had instead provided him with insights into the importance of protecting archaeological knowledge from commercial exploitation, insights that would undoubtedly influence his future work in positive ways. "I wanted to thank you both," Pemberton said with the genuine gratitude of someone who understood how close he'd come to serious harm. "Not only for your role in securing my release, but for the way you handled the entire investigation with such care for everyone involved. Even Mrs. Blackwood, despite her criminal actions, was treated with dignity and respect rather than vindictive punishment." Poirot nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose approach to justice emphasised restoration over retribution whenever possible. Criminal behaviour often stems from circumstances that deserve understanding even when the actions themselves cannot be excused. Mrs. Blackwood's financial desperation does not justify kidnapping and extortion, but neither does it make her irredeemably evil. Justice is best served when it addresses both the consequences of crime and the conditions that made crime seem necessary to those who committed it. The Mediterranean night settled over the Aphrodite with the gentle beauty that had marked every evening of their voyage, but tonight there was particular satisfaction in experiencing this beauty in circumstances of safety and restored trust. The ship's lights reflected in the dark water like fallen stars, while the actual stars emerged with increasing brilliance as the last traces of sunset faded from the western sky. Captain Fortuna made his evening rounds with the methodical care that characterised his approach to command responsibility, stopping to exchange brief words with passengers who had gathered on deck to enjoy the spectacular night. His bearing carried the quiet pride of someone who had successfully navigated his vessel through troubled waters and could now focus on the normal pleasures of providing excellent hospitality to travellers who had entrusted their safety and comfort to his care. "Tomorrow we reach Palermo," Captain Fortuna announced to their small group at the rail. "The legal arrangements have been completed and the authorities are prepared to take custody of Mrs. Blackwood and Mr. Viridian. More importantly, Interpol has expressed considerable interest in the information we have provided about the antiquities smuggling network, suggesting that our adventure may lead to the disruption of criminal activities that extend far beyond a single cruise ship. The knowledge that their investigation might serve larger purposes in protecting humanity's archaeological heritage added an additional dimension of satisfaction to the resolution of their immediate mystery. The missing deck chair that had started everything would ultimately contribute to efforts that could preserve historical knowledge for legitimate scholarly purposes rather than private profit. As the evening progressed and the Mediterranean night revealed its full splendour of stars and gentle breezes, Poirot found himself reflecting on the particular pleasures of detective work that served not only justice but also the preservation of knowledge and culture. The case of the missing deck chair had reminded him why he had chosen a career dedicated